whether I could reach conclusions regarding whether Mr. Holmes was mentally ill, what kind of mental illness he had, and a relationship between the mental illness and sanity. And I reached the conclusion, based upon the evidence that I did review, that I could reach that conclusion, and I very sincerely, professionally believe that the information that I reviewed supports those opinions very, very strongly. If there's other information that could possibly change those opinions, I'd be happy to review it, but I reviewed thousands of pages of documents, the other opinions of the other doctors, the information that they summarized, and I believe that that review very, very strongly supports my opinions, and I wouldn't present those opinions if I didn't believe so.
Thank you. Now, there's another list on here in this chapter that you've cited and relied upon that talks about sample questions to help evaluate mental state at the time of the offense. Are you familiar with those questions to be asked?
Yes.
Now, I understand that you'd already opined on his sanity 5 days before you saw him, but you saw him nonetheless. And I want to go through these. Unless you know them by heart, I can give you a copy of the list and we can go through and see if you asked them.
I'd certainly appreciate a copy of the list.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Sir, this is the entire chapter, and you can ignore some things that are underlined there, but take a look at page 363 up there.
Judge, I think for the record we need to indicate what the doctor is looking at.
Mr. Brockler?
Yeah, Doctor, to be clear, this is chapter, well, it doesn't have a number, the Insanity Defense chapter out of the textbook of Forensic Psychiatry, 2nd edition, correct?
I believe so. I don't have that information in front of me, but I believe that's correct.
Well, having cited it in your report, you've seen it before, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so does it look familiar to you?
Is it my copy? Because it looks like it's underlined the same way I underlined it.
I don't know. Is it?
I'd have to look at my copy, which I don't have with me. It looked like a copy of the same chapter.
Are you ready?
Yes.
One of the things that it suggests that you ask is, did you prepare for this? If so, how? Do you see that? On page 363, sir? That sample questions?
Yes.
You never asked the defendant that?
I did not ask him that, no. That had been reviewed extensively in the other reports.
So the answer to my question is no, I never asked the defendant that.
Yes, that's what I told
Okay.
you.
What did you do immediately following this offense? You didn't ask him that?
No, I did not ask him that. Again, that had been covered in the materials that I reviewed.
At the time you committed this crime, did you know it was against the law?
No, I didn't ask him that.
Would you have done this if a police officer was near or at the scene? If yes, why? If no, why not?
No, again, I knew the answer to that question based on the review that I had done.
Would you have done this if someone unexpected arrived at the scene? If yes, why? If no, why not? You didn't ask that?
I didn't ask that question. Again, I knew the answer to that question based on the materials I'd reviewed and the knowledge of his behavior during the crime.
Sure, and we'll talk about what you knew from the other reports, okay, in just a moment. Is there anything that made you think what you did was a right thing to do? If so, what? You never asked him that.
Not that specific question.
Well, give us the general question you asked then.
I asked him a number of related questions that are on page 3 of my report. I asked him his general thoughts about what had happened, what he had done. I asked him about his current understanding about why he did it. I asked him if he felt he could go back in his mind to review what was going on then.
Doctor, you think that's the same as saying, tell me why you think what you did was right?
It's not exactly the same thing, no.
Okay. There's another checklist to go through here. If you go to 365, Doctor. Now this gets us to the place where you are now going to begin to consider capacity, right? Capacity to know right from wrong. Fair?
Yes.
And the only law that is relevant to that analysis is Colorado law, right?
Yes.
Not the model penal code, correct?
Correct.
But you cite the model penal code in your opinion, correct?
I do.
That's not what governs us, though. It's Colorado, fair?
That's correct.
And you have thoroughly reviewed the Colorado statutes that you tried to apply to this situation, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, in discovering the evidence that may indicate a defendant's knowledge of legal wrongfulness at the top of page 365, I want to talk to you about that list. Number one thing is efforts to avoid detection. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that the defendant's efforts to avoid detection in this case are pretty extensive.
Before the event, but interestingly not after the event.
We'll get there. But remember, efforts to avoid detection before he commits the crime. Lots of evidence of that, right?
And also evidence that he did not avoid detection after the crime.
We'll get there. Did you understand my question about
I'm addressing this particular issue.
Okay. You never asked him about his efforts to avoid detection.
Well, this refers not to questions, but to evidence. I had a great deal of evidence regarding that.
But you chose not to follow up with him on that, correct?
I didn't ask him about that specifically.
You didn't even ask him about the part you want to talk about, which is your claim that he didn't try to avoid detection after the crime. Fair?
I think that's true. I believe it's true. I didn't ask him about that. That had been covered by the other examiners in my reviews.
I understand. With, by the way, different answers. You'd agree with that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and so one of the things we could do if we gave one answer to Dr. Reed, one answer to Dr. Metzer, and one answer to Dr. Gurr is you could come in as the guy that's doing this in the early part of 2015 while we're in jury selection, is you can go and ask him and set the record straight, correct? Get him to tell you which version is true.
Not at all. That's the whole problem with reconstructing someone's psychotic mind 4 days later or 2 years later and under different examination circumstances and with different questions and the different contexts of those questions. What we all have to try to understand is what his state of mind was at the time that this was happening. And he's not going to be, interestingly, the most reliable guide to that because he was very delusionally psychotic at that time. And he's had time since then to try to reconstruct in his own mind what was going on then. So even his information has to be taken really with a lot of interpretation and understanding of what the context was and what we know was going on at that time. So it's not surprising me at all that he would give different information at different times. And if I had asked him the same questions, I would have gotten a somewhat different answer also. The issue of suggestion is very important in this. How is the question asked? Is the question asked in a suggestive way? I know that some of the things that I asked regarding, for instance, the hair, the answer that I got was, I don't know. But when Dr. Reed suggested possibilities, then he got different answers. So interestingly, Mr. Holmes, after the event, is not necessarily a clear guide as to what his state of mind was. That's why we go through this process, particularly in the event that someone may be in the midst of a psychotic, delusional state.
So, just to be clear then, it wouldn't have mattered, frankly, if Dr. Metzner or Dr. Reed had ever asked the defendant any of these questions.
I don't know. I know that I didn't feel that I needed to go down either of these lists. I certainly considered them. I read them. I went through this chapter pretty quickly before I saw him and determined what I was going to ask him in light of this information. There's a great deal of information. I asked him probably several hundred questions. But the relevance of each one of these questions in view of the information that I had already received and reviewed and considered is quite variable. I asked him questions that I thought were central to my understanding, first of all, of his mental state at the time that I was seeing him, because that's what I wanted to understand. I also asked him a lot of questions about what was going on during this event and prior to this event. And if I had thought that there were other relevant questions, particularly these that are on the list, I would have asked them.
And that was the answer to the question, so it wouldn't have mattered if Dr. Reed or Dr. Metzner had asked him any of these questions.
That was my answer, yes.
Okay. Something else that it asks you to check on or to consider on this list is whether or not the guy was wearing gloves during the crime, right?
Yes.
And he was, right?
Yes, that was in evidence. He was wearing a lot of things.
Waiting to commit the crime until the cover of darkness is something else to consider, right?
Yes.
And he did that, didn't he?
Yes.
Both dark inside and outside the theater, right?
Yes.
Something about whether or not he is wearing a mask or a disguise. And he was wearing a mask, right?
Yes.
In fact, you know from reviewing the pictures here that he didn't just put on a gas mask. He altered the gas mask to cut down on the visibility through the plastic pieces around his face, correct?
Yes.
And concealing a weapon on the way to the crime. You agree with that, right?
It's on the list.
Oh, yeah, but you'd agree he did that.
Yes.
You asked him about none of those things, correct?
Virtually all of those things I had direct information about, virtually everything on the list. The other problem is that although this is a suggested list from Dr. Resnick,
Who?
Dr. Resnick, it's cited here, source.
Dr. Resnick.
He's a forensic psychiatrist.
Do you know him?
I've been in his courses.
Pretty reputable guy?
Yes.
Expert in his field?
Yes.
Forensic psychiatrist?
Forensic psychiatrist.
You'd rely on his opinions?
No.
Okay, go on then.
Very good, thank you.
Go on.
The problem here is that this is a list from Dr. Resnick that says these are things that should be considered. The problem is that there's no research that shows that anything on this list correlates with whether or not somebody was mentally ill or whether they were trying to manipulate or avoid detection or whether they were sane. There's no research that anything on this list correlates with those things. It's a list that says pay attention to these things because sometimes they'll tell you what was going on in the mind of this person. But there's no research saying that they correlate with either mental illness or sanity. And this is a very good example of that. In spite of the fact that many of the things on this list of evidence are positive, there's no evidence at all that they dissuade anybody from thinking that Mr. Holmes had a severe mental illness and that it impacted his behavior, as has been opined, as I understand, by both of the prosecution experts.
And that was the answer to the question you never asked him about these.
No, you asked me if I thought Dr. Resnick was, I don't remember exactly what the question was, but it wasn't the one you just cited.
About relying on his opinion?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm explaining why I disagree that this tells us anything about either mental illness or sanity.
Well, and you've got the background, don't you?
Thank you.
Let's take a look at further down that list. It's different from efforts to avoid detection. There's actually fleeing from the scene. So that's separated out on this list, correct?
Yes.
There's also efforts to avoid apprehension, correct?
Yes.
One of the things that you go into in your report is that you say his behavior following the killings was both unusual following such a crime. And you say that because he just gave up, right?
He didn't leave the scene. He gave up when he was approached.
What did he tell you about why he gave up?
I didn't ask him about that. Again, it was material that was included in the
Sure.
records I reviewed.
What did he tell Dr. Metzner was the reason he gave up?
I don't recall specifically right now.
What was the reason he told Dr. Reed he gave up?
I don't recall specifically. I know I reviewed those reports and they were consistent with the conclusions I reached. There was nothing about what he told the other doctors which was inconsistent with my opinions regarding his illness, the relationship between his illness and his behavior or his sanity.
I understand, but what you've said here, which is important enough for you to include in a pretty good-sized paragraph on page 12 at the bottom, is this idea that he would not flee, and that was really weird to you, right?
I didn't think it was weird at all. I thought it was entirely consistent with the formulation that I had reached regarding his mental illness, the nature of his delusional state, what his delusional state was protecting us from in its psychotic formulation. That it wasn't weird. It fit precisely this formulation of his illness.
Let's go through the evidence of what he did to put himself in a position to escape, okay? Tell me everything you know from the record that indicated he was setting himself up to be able to leave that theater.
Well, the evidence is that he walked out of the theater and stood by and didn't leave the scene. That's what I'm referring to as being unusual for this kind of a crime, but consistent with the psychopathology that I think everyone has described.
And doctor, what he said was, I stepped outside, I saw the police, I did an assessment, I saw that I was outnumbered and I was unlikely to get away. It would be hard to drive in ballistic pants, so I gave up. Do you recall that?
As one of his explanations, yes.
As one of his explanations, right. He had road stars in his car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What are they?
They would stop a vehicle from following him.
And didn't he say that's why he got them, correct?
Yes.
He had money in his pocket, yes or no?
I don't recall.
Money that he could use if he drove away? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
How about statements that he made about maybe wanting to flee to the airport? Did he ever make that statement?
I don't recall.
Is it fair then that to come to the conclusion that you've come to about his, what you believe is an irrational decision to not try to flee as the police arrived, that you had to pick a statement that you agreed with and disregard the others?
No, I'm referring to his behavior specifically. He didn't try to get away. And at least on one occasion, he did say, I guess this is cherry picking, but he did say that he didn't need to get away because his mission had been accomplished. That's certainly consistent with his delusional state. If there were police there when he left and he decided not to try to escape from them, certainly that would have been a piece of information that he had to deal with at the time. But the fact that he didn't at that time try to escape, I think is consistent with his delusional belief that doing this would accomplish his increase in worth and ability to deal with his anxiety about suicidal ideation.
So that I'm clear, if he tried to escape, he's sane. if he doesn't try to escape, he's insane. Is that right?
I think that none of these things, just like the things on Dr. Resnick's list, go 100% one way or the other. They're not proof of it. They're information that we have to consider as part of our overall analysis, and whether or not that particular behavior would be consistent. Certainly his statement that he thought he would get injured if he tried to escape from the police is a rational statement. That would be consistent with organization. It doesn't tell us about whether or not he was sane. He was able to process that information. His statement that he didn't need to escape because his mission had been accomplished is consistent with his delusions, and apparently he's made both statements.
Anything else you want to add about that?
Well, that his behavior, I think, in not trying to escape and standing by while the police hadn't even recognized that he wasn't a policeman, is consistent with his delusional disorganization or delusional system.
Or consistent with someone who made a rational assessment of the scene and figured the path that would take them to not being hurt the most would be to stand there and leave your gun on your car.
Yes, I've just given that as one of the alternatives.
One of the other things that you put in your report is that you think that the defendant was thinking that murdering these people was something that was a benefit to them, right?
Yes.
And he told you that.
I don't believe he told me that. I think it was in the other reports.
He told who that?
I'm sorry?
Who did he tell that to?
I know I came across it in the reports. I don't recall which of the examiners he told it to.
Let's do it piecemeal. He did not tell you that, correct?
That's correct.
In fact, going back to July 24th, 2012, he told you that that option was bad for people and he wouldn't want it to happen to him, correct?
Well, he said several different things. That was one of the things he said.
So he said that he wouldn't want it to happen to him, correct?
Yes.
And you don't know where you got the idea that he thought killing these people would be something that would be good for them.
I think it was in Dr. Gurr's report.
And Dr. Gurr is the other defense-hired psychiatrist, correct?
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that nowhere in the record does he make that statement to any other person, you included.
That may be true.
No, not maybe. Is it true or is it not? If you don't know, tell us. I don't know the record.
I don't know the answer to that question, if it's in anybody else's interviews or not.
Do you recall seeing it anywhere other than the other defense psychiatrist report?
I see it in my review of Dr. Gurr's interview.
Now, when you read that and you see that it does not match what he said to Dr. Metzner and Dr. Reed, you want to look into that by looking at collateral evidence, don't you?
I don't believe I came across any evidence that it didn't match, that there were discrepancies in the overall description of his psychosis and delusions among these different reports.
Do you believe that he made statements to Drs. Reed and Metzner that were consistent with him believing that killing these people in the theater was something that would be of benefit to them and they would welcome it?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay. But there is evidence in the record that would suggest he didn't think that it would be good for them and he didn't think they would welcome it, correct?
Yes, he states contradictory things about its impact on other people.
Well, we don't have to go to his statements. Let's go to some physical evidence and stuff like that, okay? And we can also go, I guess, to the notebook, which he wrote too. He purchased handcuffs, true or false?
I believe so, yes.
How many pair?
I don't recall.
What did he purchase them for?
I don't recall.
He purchased the handcuffs, he said, in the notebook so that he could lock the doors to the theater to keep the people he was doing a favor for from fleeing. Do you agree?
Yes.
In fact, when he's doing his assessment of each of the theaters at Century 16, he puts in there specific references to whether it was too easy to escape from the theaters. Do you agree?
Yes.
He wants to minimize the ability for the people he's going to try to kill from escaping. Correct?
That would be evidence for that, yes.
Yeah. He shot at people that were trying to flee from the favor he was doing for them. Correct?
Yes, none of it makes sense.
I understand. Thank you for that. But the answer to the question is he shot at them, right?
Yes, we know he shot it.
He bought body armor and a lot of it, didn't he?
Yes.
Why did he buy it?
Presumably to protect himself.
Not presumably. What did he say he bought it for?
I don't recall that specifically, or in which report.
Do you recall him telling anyone that, in part, the body armor was so that he would look imposing and ominous to keep people from rushing him in the theater?
Yes.
You recall that?
Yes.
He can't have people rushing him. In fact, I think he said he can't have 400 people rushing him. Do you recall that?
I recall that reason, yes.
Did he buy tear gas?
Yes.
How much?
I don't know.
Why did he buy it?
Probably for the same reason.
Not probably. What does he tell us he bought it for?
I don't recall specifically.
He told us he bought it for crowd control, right?
That may be.
You don't remember.
I don't remember. It's all
Okay.
really irrational.
Thank you for
And-
continuing
and-
to throw those
and
words in at the
that-
end of your answers.
Judge,
This-
counsel needs to let the witness answer the question.
The objection's overruled.
Now, Doctor, you know that he went to the movie theater by his own account, what was it, like 8 or 9 times between June and July to plan for this murder that he didn't know he was actually going to do on July 20th. You agree with that?
Yes.
And the part of doing that was to scout out these places, not just for escape routes, but to get a sense of the layout of the individual theaters. True?
Yes, that's consistent with his ability during this time to have very organized, directed behavior in spite of his psychosis.
Thank you for adding that last part in. The other thing that he would have taken into consideration is how these people would react when he started shooting at them, right?
Yes.
And one of the things that looks pretty obvious to you and to me and to anyone is that people would duck behind those seats, right?
Yes.
And one of the other things that he did then was to make the decision to buy different kinds of bullets for his assault rifle. You agree with that?
Yes.
What kind of bullets did he buy?
I don't recall.
Have you ever heard the term steel penetrator rounds?
Yes.
Where did you hear that before?
Well, I've heard it in the general media, but I do recall that that was part of his ammunition.
And those steel penetrator rounds would allow him to go through steel, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And movie seats,
Yes.
correct?
Presumably.
He believed that he run the risk that people would want to shoot him for what he was going to do, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware that of all the records that exist in this case that you've had access to, not one time does the defendant ever lament that he wasn't able to help more people die, correct?
I believe that's true.
In fact, the only thing he concerns himself with is that he was only able to kill 12, and his value would have been more had he killed more, correct?
Yes, that was his delusion.
Thank you for adding that.
That was his delusion.
He makes reference to hate in his chats with Miss Dada, correct?
Yes.
He makes reference to hate in his notebook, correct?
Yes.
How many times? Do you know?
No,
More than once.
I believe so.
He makes reference to hate throughout the statements that he gives about this case, correct?
Yes.
What did he tell you about hatred?
Nothing.
You didn't ask him.
I didn't ask him about hatred. It was covered in Dr. Reed's interview and report, I recall. It had to do with his intense anxiety about being around people.
And that's the answer to the question, you didn't ask him about hate.
Yes, that's right.
One of the things that you say here in your consideration of his capacity is you reference a couple different things. One, you reference the phrase rescue delusion. Do you recall that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sir, I'm handing you this previously mentioned and discussed DSM-5, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual 5. It may be in there, Doctor, but I couldn't find it. Is that term rescue delusion in there?
No. I don't believe so. It's a descriptive term in this case. It's not a term of art.
Did you invent it?
I don't think so. I think it was in Dr. Gurr's report. But if I did invent it, it was meant to be descriptive. One might refer to all kinds of delusions by their content or their intent. That doesn't mean they become terms of art and make their way into DSM. They're a description of what's relevant in that particular circumstance.
You wouldn't be surprised if rescue delusion, there's simply no research that anyone can find in psychiatry about the term rescue delusion. You would agree with that?
That's why I said it's not a term of art. It's a description in this case of his desire basically to rescue himself.
You also use the phrase command delusion. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You use that multiple times, right?
Yes.
Take a look at that DSM-5. Find us the command delusion in there.
Command, again, this is a term that was referred to also by Dr. Gurr. Command is usually used as an adjective in regard to hallucinations rather than delusions. He had compelling or compulsive delusions, and both Dr. Gurr and I have referred to them as command delusions because they were associated with this sense that he had of the floodgates being opened and an inability to resist.
And you, in fact, so you've then parroted Dr. Gurr's words into your report.
I guess you could use that verb.
Well, use a different one.
I used the same term.
Okay. Real quick here, a follow-up on this, the videos you didn't watch. If you were concerned with suggestive questions being asked of the defendant in terms of the answers he gave, why didn't you watch the entire video of Dr. Reed or read the entire transcript to see if he was making suggestive questions?
The reason that I did not, first of all, is that I didn't have time during this time frame to do it. What I had to ask myself in that regard was, if I didn't watch that, would I be able to reach the conclusions that I did? Did I have reason to believe that there was information in that video and in that transcript that I thought would change my mind? It's not just that information. There's a lot of information that I did not review. I did review enough information, again, to reach the conclusions that I did, and I think my conclusions are well supported by the information that I have cited, and that's cited by the other examiners.
One of the other things that you reference here are impulses and compulsions. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in fact, in your report here, you reference something called irresistible impulse. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you factor that into your analysis of whether he has the capacity to know right from wrong?
No.
Whether he has the capacity to form the intent and after deliberation, right?
No.
Well, you're aware that that phrase, irresistible impulse, It's not in the Colorado law. You're aware of that.
That's right. That's why I didn't factor it in.
But you wrote it in your report.
Yes,
Why?
because I think it's relevant to its clinical situation, but not to the determination of insanity.
Were you asked to generate a report on your clinical impression, or were you opining on his sanity?
Both. As I've already stated, I don't think it's possible to opine on his sanity if one doesn't have a good understanding of his psychopathology. I don't know how one could do that.
So all this talk about impulse, compulsion, all that stuff, you don't believe that's part of the sanity determination?
No, it's not part of the sanity determination. It's part of the clinical assessment.
Okay. There's a statement that you make on page, well, I don't know, 12 or something. Here it is, page 7. Under appreciation of the wrongfulness of the incident behavior. You'd agree with this. At a purely cognitive level, Mr. Holmes did appreciate that what he was planning was against the law and would be considered wrong by others, correct?
Yes.
Now, what's important to note about that, and I wanted to ask you about some of the hypotheticals you provided Mr. King, was societal standards of morality under the law in Colorado are not subjective, are they?
No, they're not.
They're objective, correct?
Correct.
So it's not what he thinks is moral or what he thinks is right is wrong, correct?
That's right.
It's whether or not he recognizes that society or others would view it as wrong, correct?
That's exactly right.
And you concluded that he knew others would think it was wrong, right?
That's different than knowing that it was wrong by societal standards. His delusions prevented him from understanding that.
And the proof of that is what he told you.
I think the evidence for that is the information about his psychosis, the nature of his psychosis, and the nature of his delusions. The delusions basically obviated whatever recognition that he had that other people would think that it was wrong. The delusions were telling him that it was right, and that if these people understood, they would think that it was right also. So from a societal standpoint, he did not have an understanding that it was wrong. That was the intensity and the extent of his delusional belief.
So when you
Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to, if I was only using the personal criteria, the personal perspective criteria, I couldn't have reached the conclusion that he was insane under Colorado law.
Understood. Doctor, when you use the phrase, he appreciated what he was planning was against the law and would be considered wrong by others, when you say wrong by others, are you talking about people not society?
No, it has to do with the difference between the residual cognitive awareness he had and the nature of the delusions, which were his operating principle at the time. He wouldn't have done the planning he did if he didn't have some cognitive awareness, but the cognitive awareness did not obviate or override these delusional beliefs that he had, which were the operative basis of his behavior.
Can we talk about some of the things that we would agree upon, and that is the defendant knew what he was going to do was going to kill other people, correct?
Yes.
And he knew that they would not want to be killed, correct?
No, he did not.
He did not. And that's based on what Dr. Gurr wrote in her report.
What? In part, yes.
Okay. Anything else?
Well, he believed that they would not be harmed, that they would not mind being killed. That's what his delusion told him.
He knew that what he was planning would take their lives, correct?
Yes.
And he believed that they would resist those attempts to take their lives, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, he planned to prevent them from resisting his efforts to take their lives, correct?
Yes.
And he knew that it would be murder.
He knew it would be killing. His delusions told him he was doing these people a favor.
Yeah, you keep saying telling him, and yet there's not a single voice hallucination that occurs any time prior to this. Is that fair?
That's right. That's the difference between a delusion and a hallucination.
And by the way, the delusion is the fixed false belief, right?
Yes, and by fixed we mean that it can't be changed by reason. It doesn't mean it stays the same over time. It means that any one particular time there's no evidence that can change it. Delusions do change over time. So that's an important distinction in terms of the word fixed.
This fixed false belief was expressed to one of the treaters, the forensic psychiatrist, that he thought there was a 50-50 chance it would help him feel better, correct?
Yes.
That's not a belief as much as a hope, is it?
That's also a statement 2 years after what was going on. So we're trying to reconstruct what was going on the night that this occurred. That's a reconstruction in his mind under an examination 2 years later.
So if the statements don't match the conclusion, we just disregard them.
We consider them all, but we have to ask ultimately what was going on at that time and what is the evidence that we have for understanding it. What is the explanation here that is consistent with most of the data? A lot of the data, particularly regarding his statements about these things, is inconsistent, as I would expect it to be.
Doctor, one of the other things that you remember is that the defendant, right afterwards, expressed concern over having done a favor for killing a child. Do you recall that?
Yes.
That's inconsistent, isn't it, with someone who thinks he's doing that child a favor?
Well, yes, it is inconsistent. The question is, at what level did he feel that, or was it really was it at some level consistent with his delusional state? And I got the sense in reviewing that information that he regretted that. He hadn't wanted to kill children, but if that was another price to be paid, that it would still increase his worth.
And that regret you've described would be an expression of his knowing that it was wrong or believing it was wrong to kill a child.
Well, it's something, it's part of the irrational, inconsistent part of this. He did not see it as so wrong, the possibility as so wrong, as to avoid doing what he did and take that possibility. And I think that's consistent with the overriding delusional belief that even if I kill a child, it's worth it to increase my worth.
This thing that he does in the theater there, it was not a hastily planned thing, correct?
No, it had long planning.
And I asked you about if he wanted to. Let me ask you, his objective was to kill as many people as possible in that theater, correct?
Yes.
Hey, tell me about the nuns. Remember you brought up the hypothetical about the nuns as the conscientious and the conscientious objectors. Are they delusional?
No.
Are they insane?
No.
Can I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, Doctor, here's one. You're in your report here, you reference that chapter that we went through, and you talk about the chapter saying that there are 2 steps. Let me find it for you. Bottom of page 8, impression. There are 2 principal steps in assessing a patient for insanity, and then you cite that chapter. Fair?
Yes.
The chapter actually says there's 3 steps, correct?
I don't recall that. I guess I'll have to check that. Is that chapter here? Can you cite that point in the chapter, please?
I'm sorry, doctor, I was distracted there for a minute. What did you ask me, sir?
Can you cite where it is in the chapter? That might save us some time.
Yeah. So it's on page 362 at the bottom where it says the Sanity opinion. And the first sentence is, there are 3 important areas to review when rendering an opinion on a defendant's criminal responsibility. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And you just went through 2 of them, correct?
No, I did all 3. The third one is, the examiner must apply the relevant insanity test when evaluating the relationship between the person's mental disorder and his or her alleged acts. So I didn't list it here. But I certainly did it in my report.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to cover with you. You write down in your report as evidence of his cognitive deterioration, his apartment. You recall that?
Can you cite that in my
Yep.
report?
Bottom of page 11. His planning and construction of the bomb devices and chemicals in his apartment was not successful.
Yes.
And that to you was evidence of his cognitive decline. Fair?
Yes.
Had it been successful, you would not have viewed it as a sign of his cognitive decline.
No.
So had someone opened the door and tripped the wire, spilling the glycerin into the potassium permanganate, creating a flash fire that would have set everything else off, that would have been a reflection of no cognitive decline.
Objection calls for speculation. There's no proof that that could have happened.
Overruled.
As I reviewed the information
Yep.
about what he had set up,
Yep.
there was evidence that in terms of the devices, the triggering for the bombs and the chemicals, that he had not constructed those things in such a way that they would be successful, particularly in regard to the chemicals, but I think also in terms of the electronics. Given his science background, I think he should have been able to construct those things successfully. So in my report, I think that I cited that as evidence that either he wasn't motivated to do that, he hadn't really tried, or he didn't have the cognitive capacity to do that. I think that those are the explanations. I didn't come across any evidence that something was done successfully. Maybe that's correct, but I haven't seen any evidence that anything was really done successfully. And there is evidence that, at least in those 2 areas, things were not done successfully.
And that's the measure for you of cognitive decline.
Well, I've mentioned the other things earlier in my testimony that I think represented his cognitive and functional difficulties during this time, but I did cite that as one evidence.
And what part of his background, which class would he have taken that would have taught him to make explosives in his apartment?
Well, I've taken many of the similar science classes.
Not you, sir.
Chemistry. Chemistry, for instance.
Chemistry?
That's the main one, yes. He took chemistry classes.
And that's all he would have needed to know to set up these bombs.
And the internet, yes.
So he goes to the internet and teaches himself how to make these bombs, correct?
That was my understanding.
In fact, he says, I didn't get this from just some manual. This was me coming up with my way to do it, correct?
That would be evidence of disorganized thinking.
Did you understand my question?
Can you repeat your question?
We'll just keep moving on. Doctor, he did not use fake gasoline, correct?
That's my understanding.
He didn't use fake gunpowder, right?
No, if he'd used those things, I would have concluded that he wasn't meaning to do this at all. I reached the conclusion that this reflected disorganization because he did use, obviously, ingredients that might have done this, but they were put together wrong.
Put together wrong in whose opinion?
Well, in the opinion I guess in the opinion of the people who had looked at these things and determined that they were not going to be effective.
Would those people be people, we'll call them from the FBI?
I believe so. I believe that was the conclusion that was reached based upon the records that I reviewed.
If you are in error, big hypothetical, you're in error. And let's say the FBI and other bomb people come in and had testified in front of these folks that had that tripwire or any other mechanism started a fire in that apartment, it would have consumed the apartment and probably the building.
Well, that's not what I'm basing my opinion on. I'm basing my opinion upon the fact that he did construct certain things and put together certain chemicals, and he did it in such a way that they were ineffective. It doesn't mean that he didn't do anything that was effective, but that he did things that were ineffective or put together improperly and either represented a lack of motivation to do it right or the ability to do it right.
Just so that I know what you're saying, because it didn't get triggered, that's the sign of cognitive deficit, correct? Because it didn't work, right?
Because there were things that were put together so that they wouldn't work.
Hold on, that's different.
That was my understanding of the evidence.
Yeah, but again, you don't disagree with FBI witnesses that would have come in here and said it would have worked. You wouldn't disagree with them?
Well, I don't know exactly what that means because it didn't work. Things didn't go off.
I understand.
There was no distraction created.
I understand.
He didn't accomplish that.
Nobody tripped that wire, did they?
Or the bombs didn't go off.
Somebody did trip the wire and the bombs didn't go off.
Well, it was my understanding that the bombs and the chemicals were constructed in such a way that they didn't need to have the tripwire. That they were supposed to independently go off.
Just by themselves?
Yeah.
That's your understanding of the evidence.
That was my understanding.
And it's that understanding of the evidence that informs your determination that because it didn't work, he had a cognitive deficit?
Or a lack of motivation.
Or a lack of motivation. Okay. Well, thank you for clearing that up. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Sorry, Doctor, there's one piece of paper I have to find. Doctor, real quickly, you would agree, I know you think that the defendant couldn't deliberate. That's what you've testified to, right? He lacked the ability to deliberate on his conduct, correct?
That's correct.
But you would agree that he could act with an awareness that his conduct was of such a nature that he would end up killing people or potentially blowing up his apartment. He had that awareness, right?
That was the core of his delusion.
So the answer is no. He wasn't aware that he was going to kill people or could blow up his apartment.
That was the nature of his delusion. His awareness was incorporated into the delusion. That's the point about the psychosis. He didn't have an independent awareness in terms of his behavior. His behavior was, in my opinion, determined by that delusional system. So yes, he had the awareness that his delusion was telling him to kill people.
I can't think of any more questions. Thank you.
Okay, is there any redirect, Mr. King?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, would counsel approach for just a moment, please? Is hanging on for another 20 minutes or so, maybe 30 minutes? Yes, and people are saying yes. Okay, we'll proceed then. Mr. King, you may proceed with your redirect examination.
March through this if as quickly as I can, Doctor, so you don't have to pitch tent here again. Now, Mr. Brockler started out talking to you a great deal about your curriculum vitae and the things that you wrote in your curriculum vitae. And there was a lot of talk about a hyphen and what that meant. When you write your curriculum vitae, are you attempting to mislead anyone about your credentials by placing hyphens in certain locations, sir?
No, everything in my CV can be checked, and probably is.
You were asked about the transcription of your notes, and Mr. Brockler asked if it was at sometime later, did the defense lawyers contact you and request that you translate the notes because they were illegible? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you recall, in fact, why you did translate the notes, or whether it was at our request or not?
It was at Dr. Reed's request. When he talked to me on the phone, I think he asked me if I had any notes because he knew that I didn't have a report. And he asked me if I could send or and I knew that they would need to be transcribed. So I told him I would ask Mr. King as to whether or not he would allow that, and he said yes, and so that was why and when I did it.
So was there ever, and that was in 2014 that that conversation took place with Mr. Reed?
Yes.
And so at any point prior to that, did myself or the prosecution or the court or anybody contact you and say, these notes are illegible, we can't read them?
No, I was not asked to produce any report or my notes.
In fact, I appear to be able to read your notes perfectly fine.
I'm sorry?
Did I have discussions with you about your notes?
No.
Now, the transcription that you made, are you saying that this is a court reporter accurate transcription of your notes, or were there some words in there, like I think rapport and support was brought up, that maybe you could have gotten wrong in the translation?
Yes, there were a number of words like that, and I did my best to, I did indicate when I wasn't sure in the transcription that that was the case. I'd never anticipated
that they're not reliable to base your opinions on.
Overruled?
No, the notes were taken for my benefit during the interview, as I think I've indicated already is my custom when I interview.
Now, you were asked a lot of questions about videotaping, okay? Did you videotape this examination? Either of your contacts?
No,
Have you ever videotaped an examination in the 30-some-odd years that you practiced psychiatry?
not at my own request. I believe I've had several examinations videotaped by others.
Do you know whether Dr. Metzner, who's been a psychiatrist for some 30-odd years, video recorded his examination?
It was my understanding he did not.
Does that mean there's anything deficient or inappropriate or unreliable about his examination?
No, video recording is not a recognized standard.
Are you aware of whether Dr. Gurr videotaped her examination?
No,
Does that mean that her reports or opinions are somehow suspect for that very reason?
no, again, it's not a standard.
Did Dr. Hanlon videotape his examination?
No,
Did Dr. Gray videotape his examination?
no,
Did Dr. Manguso videotape her examination?
no,
Does the failure to videotape an examination have any meaning in terms of the conclusions or results that you draw from that examination?
not in my opinion.
Is there a danger, perhaps, in placing too much emphasis on small details asked in the course of a video examination that took place some 3 years after the crime, when the defendant has been medicated for over 18 months by antipsychotic medications?
I think all the information in any interview, any examination, whether it be recorded audio, recorded video, or in observation by the examiner, has to be put in context. It has to be understood in context of all the information. And that's what the examination, the professional examination, is really all about. To take that information and say, this is a relevant piece of information, this is an irrelevant piece of information. And I think that that's why the information that comes through, that's produced in the examination, has to be, first of all, filtered and assessed through professional eyes.
So is the purpose of having a psychiatrist who's worked for 30 years studying psychotic patients in conducting an examination to interpret the statements that are made and to attribute which ones have psychiatric significance and which ones are maybe completely irrelevant? Or would it be more appropriate to just give all the statements to members of the jury who don't have that kind of psychiatric experience? Which would be a more reliable examination?
I am a strong proponent for the former. I think that this information has to be filtered by a professional. It's easy to misinterpret. It's easy enough for professionals to misinterpret it, but the point is that they have training and experience.
You were asked about hallucinations and whether Mr. Holmes said that he saw shadows or not. On the 24th of July, did Mr. Holmes tell you, in answer to your question about hallucinations, that he saw movement without explanation, visual movement without cause?
Yes, he responded that he saw visual movement without cause, and that as an undergraduate he had seen flashes to the side.
Did he report to you when you interviewed him on the 1st of April 2015 that he also had experienced shadows since that time?
Yes, he referred to those in the April 1st interview.
You were asked if on the 24th of July you asked him about trichotillomania. Now, when you went into that interview, did you have any information about what Mr. Holmes' symptoms were, or whether he had suffered from trichotillomania or not?
No.
Is it contained in the record? Did he tell every examiner upon questioning that he had pulled his hair out since he was in middle school or high school as a result of his anxiety?
No.
Is there evidence in the record that he did tell some of them that?
Yes, and he did tell me that in the April 1st, 2015 interview.
Now, you were asked about him leaving school, and there was much attributed, strike that. There were questions about whether he did that as a choice that he made. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you think that when he made that choice, if we're to call it a choice, that choice was colored and affected by the psychosis that he was suffering at the time?
I think that that was one of the main determinants, yes.
Is there any way to divorce a psychotic person's choices from the underlying delusional psychosis?
No, there is not.
Did he tell you on the 24th when about that choice that he felt as though he was asked to leave, and that's one of the reasons he left?
Yes.
Is there any evidence that you're aware of that he was asked to leave?
No, there was evidence that he was not asked to leave. He was encouraged to stay.
So let me ask you about, there's a number of statements in here that Mr. Brockler brought up with you which appear to be contradictory or don't appear to make sense. What can we attribute that to, Doctor?
Two things, really. One is the delusional psychosis, that system that was pushing him in different directions, and what we call ambivalence, that he feels more than one way and recalls more than one way about the same thing at the same time. And this is a good example of that. His choice for more than a decade had been to pursue what he called Plan A, which was neuroscience. That was his choice. That was what he was really committed to. And it was only after he felt failure in that he chose to leave, even though the evidence states that the school was trying to encourage him to stay.
You were asked if he told you about his grades and that he got good grades and whether he seemed proud of that or whether he should have been proud of that, I guess. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Is there any reason to think that Mr. Holmes was not being truthful about his grades, or what's the significant about him being proud of his grades?
Well, he expressed the grades to me. He told me what they were in his usual rather flat, emotional way. I certainly didn't get the sense that he was bragging so much as just giving me information. I'm a smart guy. That was, I think, in support of and consistent with his pursuit of neuroscience and cure.
And was that consistent with the results of the neuropsychological testing, intelligence testing specifically, that was done by the neuropsychologist, Dr. Manguso, for the court, and Dr. Hanlon, who was retained by the defense?
Yes, they found overall high intelligence, certainly consistent with what you would expect with his background, but some specific areas of relative deficit that were thought to be associated with his illness.
Now, you were asked, and I believe you said you didn't recall ever receiving or reviewing Dr. Hanlon's report of the second time he went back a year later or so later in 2014 and did follow-up neuropsychological testing with Mr. Holmes. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory if I were to point out to you that, do you recall that as a result of that testing, we found out that Mr. Holmes's nonverbal IQ decreased from a 127 to a 113 in the 1 year period between the 2013 testing and the 2014 testing.
Yes, I do recall that. It wasn't cited in my report, but I was reminded of that, and we had reviewed that.
Now, as a neurologist, sir, is that consistent with schizophrenia, with schizoaffective disorder?
Yes, it would be consistent. It's not diagnostic, but it would be consistent with this course.
Do people who have schizophrenia and schizoaffective disorders intelligence decline because essentially their brain shrinks over time?
Yes, that's true. The 19th century term for schizophrenia was dementia praecox, which means dementia of the young.
Do you recall in Dr. Hanlon's report that he notes that there's no other explanation for this dramatic decrease in Mr. Holmes's IQ?
Yes.
You were asked questions about whether Gargi, his girlfriend, suggested that he go in for treatment. Do you remember those line of questioning?
Yes.
And whether you asked him about that?
Yes.
Do you recall or not that by the time Gargi mentioned anything about getting some treatment to Mr. Holmes, that he was already voluntarily in psychiatric treatment? Or do you not recall that?
I don't recall the exact sequence of their conversation and his getting into treatment, but certainly he did make the voluntary choice to seek treatment.
Now, you were asked some questions about Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C. And the statement that was elicited was, what future would I have if I didn't have Plan C? Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Do you remember you saying to Mr. Brockler, that didn't make sense?
Yes.
You were asked about when you asked Mr. Holmes about his philosophical view, and he made the statement, I hate everyone. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did that make sense to you?
No.
Are there a number of statements that Mr. Holmes makes that don't make sense?
They don't make sense in the usual way. When one understands his psychopathology, I think, and the delusional structure that he has suffered with, they can at least be put in context. Delusional structures are not rational, so it doesn't amount to rationality, but at least it fits together in a delusional system at times. Sometimes it doesn't. The delusional system itself isn't always very coherent.
You were asked questions about whether Mr. Holmes ever used the phrase human capital with you. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said he did not, right?
That's correct.
Are you aware that he used the phrase human capital in the notebook that he sent before the shooting?
I believe I recall that.
Do you recall that on the 24th of July, when you questioned him about his delusions, that he indicated about the folks in the theater that he, quote, turned them into numbers?
Yes.
Does that sound similar
Yes,
to the
it
human
does.
capital concept that he describes to other psychiatrists and in the notebook?
Yes, and that had occurred to me when I learned about the human capital delusion, that these were both sort of numerical or economic
Now, the fact,
constructs.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. The fact that he didn't bring that up in the first interview, or that there might have been inconsistent statements over 3 years to different doctors about different things, is that expected when you're asking someone, what were you thinking 2 years ago when you were psychotic? Or even 4 days ago when you were psychotic?
It is in my experience, absolutely. Inconsistency is the hallmark not only of this kind of illness, but in people who don't have any psychiatric illness and have medical problems come in, their reports are very inconsistent.
Do you
And
remember?
that has a lot to do with our experience not being the same all the time. It's different, and then our recall of our experience is different.
About how memory works.
Exactly.
Do you recall Dr. Reed putting a special caveat in his report about the defendant's statements and how we should consider those and the inherent risk in that?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about Mr. Holmes being catatonic or describing himself being catatonic, meaning that he was very, very sleepy and didn't feel like he could get up, and he tried to fit this in over lunch. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there was kind of a joke made about fitting in your catatonia over lunch. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Is Mr. Holmes a psychiatrist who's accurately diagnosing himself with catatonia?
No, he is not, and he used the term incorrectly. I didn't have any indication on the basis of his reports that this was what a psychiatrist would call catatonia. He did have reports when he was at Denver General of having catatonia when he was in the middle of a very florid phase of his illness. But what he was referring to was difficulty getting out of bed, difficulty with energy and motivating himself. And certainly people can deal with that by getting rest at certain times of the day. So that made sense to me, that he was probably experiencing depression related fatigue and changes in sleep patterns. I had asked that, I was asking him about depression at the time, and he made that association, and certainly all of the information, that information fit from a clinical perspective.
Did you thought he was depressed as a result?
Yes, I think that it did support that during that period of time when he had to change his schedule during the day and get rest during the day, that he had been more depressed during that phase.
You were asked about suicide and whether he'd mentioned to anyone that he was suicidal. He's certainly done so to the examiners that have talked to him since the shooting, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall when he spoke with Dr. Reed, he indicated to Dr. Reed that he was in fact suicidal in the spring of 2012 and that he actually had contemplated taking all of the sertraline at one time in order to commit suicide?
Yes.
You were asked about him going to class and going to 24-hour fitness and biking to school. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And do you remember they were followed up with a question about how there was really no change in his day-to-day activities between January and June of 2012? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you recall in the record that between January and June of 2012, Mr. Holmes broke up with his girlfriend, the first girlfriend he's ever had?
Yes.
Was that something different for him?
Yes, and he experienced it as stressful.
Do you recall that Mr. Holmes cut off all contact with his friends and even deleted their phone numbers from his phone?
Sustained.
Do you recall whether or not Mr. Holmes cut off all contact with his friends or not?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not Mr. Holmes described himself as going on spending sprees that was unusual for him?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he felt like things were in hyper speed?
Yes.
Do you recall him saying that he was driving at excessive rates of speed, which was not normal for him?
Yes.
Do you recall that he failed his preliminary examinations?
Yes.
Had he ever failed any schoolwork examinations before?
No.
Do you recall that he lost interest in the studies that he'd pursued his entire life?
Yes.
Was that different for him?
Yes.
Do you recall that he began buying weapons and armor and ammunition, despite the fact that he'd never desired or wanted or owned any of those things before?
Yes.
Do you recall that when he went and saw Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein, that they felt that he was experiencing a psychotic level of thinking?
Yes.
Do you recall that he then went into a movie theater and killed people because he thought it would increase his value?
Yes.
You were asked about your notations in there about sociopathy, and you were asked some questions about antisocial personality disorder. Did you write those in there because you thought Mr. Holmes had antisocial personality or was a sociopath?
No,
Did you write them in there because in any examination you have to take those things into consideration and rule them out?
yes.
You were asked about some of the things that you relied upon in your report, and did you list every single specific item in your report that you reviewed?
No, I did not.
How long would your report have had to be in order to do that?
I don't know, dozens of pages.
Did you attempt to put down a fairly comprehensive list of the nature of the things that you reviewed?
Yes, and I did omit the law enforcement records and the electronic communications.
And it appears after reviewing the email that you did actually review that. Is that right?
The one Mr. Brockler showed me I had seen, yes.
Now, is it very, very difficult as you sit here today, when asked about one specific piece of information, to recall in the vast amount of information you reviewed, whether or not you reviewed that specific piece of information or who that came from or what report it came from?
I can't do that.
Does that mean that your conclusions or your practices are invalid or not, or substandard somehow?
I don't believe so.
You were asked questions about the social history, and did that come from the public defender, right?
Yes,
Do you recall that social history is supported by medical records and other documentation?
yes, I've seen it in other documentation.
So when you're asked about Mr. Holmes not listing in there where the information came from, that Mr. Holmes's aunt suffers from schizoaffective disorder for the past 35 years, is there any significance to the fact that you didn't list where that came from?
No, I don't believe so.
Does that mean it's not true? Does that mean that Mr. Holmes' aunt doesn't suffer from schizoaffective disorder?
I didn't confirm it with her medical records or by talking to anybody else in the family. That's generally the way we collect family history information clinically, so it's consistent with how we generally gather this sort of information. Sometimes it's not nearly that specific, but when somebody comes up with a diagnosis, for instance, of schizoaffective disorder, that usually would lend support to the fact that that diagnosis has been made medically, as opposed to a more generic kind of description of having a batty aunt or something like that.
You were asked some questions about whether you were familiar with Dr. Gray's second set of testing. Does it refresh your recollection that Dr. Gray did a second set of testing that accompanied Dr. Reed's examination and was contained in his report?
Yes.
Do you recall, now that I mentioned that his testing the second time around was entirely consistent with the testing the first time around?
Yes.
Does that change your opinions in any way?
No, that was part of the information I had reviewed in preparation for my report.
You were asked about if someone were to watch 23 hours of videotape from Dr. Reed, whether or not that would be the best, the longest, greatest period of time to observe Mr. Holmes. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Overruled?
Yes.
The fact that it's a long period of time, does that mean that it's automatically more significant?
No, I didn't think it was significant enough to alter my conclusions because I didn't have time to look at it. I felt that the information that I had reviewed from Dr. Reed's from the transcript and from the parts of the video I watched indicated that there was certainly some suggestion going on, and that that might have some influence. But even if that had not been going on, I would not have spent that amount of time. I don't think there was anything there as indicated by Dr. Reed's report which would have changed any of the conclusions I reached. After all, Dr. Reed did incorporate, he was there, and he incorporated all of that, the meaning of that information from his perspective into his report.
So do you think Dr. Reed took the 23 hours of examination and culled from it the parts that were significant and included those in the report and left out the parts that were not significant?
I assume that that's what he did. I think any examiner would do that. You're not going to include in your report the 300-page transcription.
And is it true that in your examination you may explore areas that turn out to not be significant?
Yes.
Now, you were asked about Mr. Holmes' writings, and you described in your report them both being philosophical ramblings. Is that fair?
Yes.
What did you mean by ramblings?
I meant that they had, some of them had sort of a philosophical flavor to them, but they didn't make sense. They weren't well constructed. They weren't even the kind of things that I would expect from a sophomore. They weren't even that well organized. And I thought that they reflected a lot of cognitive and emotional disorganization.
And let's talk a little bit about that, because do you think those writings reflect the intellectual abilities of somebody who is a neuroscience student in graduate school, or did they seem a little sophomoric and childish?
Well, they were worse than that. They were, I characterized them as ramblings. They certainly did not represent what I knew to be his baseline cognitive abilities.
Did they reflect delusions?
They represented disorganizations. I think that there may have been allusions to delusions in them, but they were pretty disorganized.
Did when you talk about them being philosophical, is there anything, if it's philosophical, does that mean that the person can't be psychotic? Or do quite often people who are psychotic adopt philosophical concepts and incorporate them in their delusional system?
They often do that, and it seems to be a way that the emotional content for the person gets attached to ideas. So ideas take on more emotional content than they would for someone else. And they may use philosophical references at the same time.
You were confronted about your opinion that Mr. Holmes was delusional, and it was pointed out in that stack of emails and other documents before you that there was no delusional content in those emails, and that there was no delusional reporting to Mr. Holmes's professors and to law enforcement. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
The fact that there's no delusional content in the emails or to the professors or law enforcement, does that mean that he wasn't delusional?
It doesn't mean that, and considering what he has said about his delusions, one of his delusions was that if he revealed things, if he talked about them, then his delusions would take on even more force, or he couldn't resist them. And it appears that for a long, long time, he really was very, very careful about that, not to let people know what he was thinking, not to let people know what his thoughts were in regard to suicide and homicide, because of this sense that if he said something, then he would have to act on it.
Now,
so it was part of the way that he was trying to contain this and protect himself.
Now, we know that those may not reflect delusions, or that his professors may not have identified delusions. But has every psychiatrist who's examined Mr. Holmes indicated that their opinion is that he suffered from delusions?
Yes, and the main reason for that is that in these interviews, he has admitted that. All of these have occurred after this crime, and after a part of the delusional system was the mission, the delusional mission was completed. And after he had the delusional sense that he had increased his self-worth, that was when he was willing to tell people this. Before that, he was at best very, for instance, with Dr. Fenton and Dr. Feinstein, he revealed enough to make it clear to them that he was ill and at risk for violence, but not revealed the specifics about that.
Judge, I apologize. I said I was going to be 20 minutes, and I think I'm going to be more like another 5 minutes, which probably means another 10 minutes. So,
All right, we'll take our lunch. All right, folks, please keep in mind my admonitions during the lunch break. They all apply. I'll see you back here at about a little bit after 2 o'clock, okay? We'll take the usual hour and a half. Thank you. All right, the record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. I'll see you after lunch. The court will be in recess. Thank you.
Please rise.
Please be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. This is the case of the people of the state of Colorado versus James Egan Holmes, case number 12 CR 1522. The record should reflect that Mr. Holmes is present with his attorneys and the prosecutors are present as well. Here is the note from Juror 17 from this morning, and we'll just mark it as court trial exhibit number 77. It reads as follows: I am sorry, but I have scheduled numerous appointments for July 17th, since it is the only business day we have off in July. Almost everything is closed on the 3rd. I apologize. And then it says juror number 17, and then below that it says in parentheses, if there's another day or half day that we could have that is better, I can try to rearrange my appointment. I would be happy to do so. So given that, and given that I think Juror 155 also has a couple of appointments, I think we'll just plan to take Friday the 17th of July off. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes. Yeah, we were already planning on that, obviously, so that's fine, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, I'll tell the jurors. Okay, are the parties ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mr. King, are you ready?
Judge, I have one issue that I wanted to raise real briefly, and I don't know how the court wants to handle this. I noticed today, and I've noticed at other times in the trial, and I didn't bring it up, that juror number 118 appears like she is very tired and or sleeping at times, and I noticed that again this morning. I've noticed that before intermittently, but not something that was so severe that I thought it needed to be brought to the court's attention. But because it seems to be a little bit of an ongoing problem, I don't know what the court wants to do. I don't know if you want to inquire of her, or just if the court wants to keep an eye on her, or how the court wants to proceed. But I wanted to put on the record that I noticed that this morning.
All right, thank you. I'm happy to inquire. Do the people have a position?
No, Your Honor, although I'll say, at least during the portions of the trial that I've had the chance to look over, I have not made that observation, but as the court wants to inquire, I think that'd be appropriate.
I have not noticed that she's been sleeping. I know that sometimes she will look down and seems to have her eyes closed, but I don't get the sense that she's asleep. And it's hard to tell because jurors sometimes are looking down at their notes or they're writing down things, or sometimes they'll close their eyes for a moment, but clearly are awake and still paying attention. So, but just to be on the safe side, I'll bring her in and I'll question her. So let's have her come in, please. That's juror number 118. The record should reflect that juror number 118 is now present in the courtroom. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Okay.
All right, I brought you in because I'm just wondering, at times, apparently you may have your eyes looking down, and we can't tell whether you're looking at your notes or whether you're closing your eyes momentarily or whether you're asleep or tired. And obviously, it's important that all the jurors are awake and alert and completely concentrated on the proceedings throughout. So the only way we could find out as to whether there is a concern here was to bring you in and ask you. So that's what I'm doing. I'm inquiring whether there's anything we should be concerned about in terms of you being tired and perhaps falling asleep, or whether you're paying attention and fully concentrating on the proceedings every minute of it every day.
The wind is blowing on my eyes, directly in my eyes from the wind.
Okay.
And so it's drying my eyes out. And the only way I can do that is, blink them and close them to get the wind off of my eyes.
Okay, but you've been alert and awake throughout the proceedings?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually have a shirt on today because it's cold, sitting
Yes.
there in the wind.
And the temperature in the courtroom is one of those funny things that I can't make everybody happy.
Oh, no.
Almost every day, I see a couple of people in the jury who are
Yes.
using a piece of paper or a piece of cardboard to blow some air onto themselves because they apparently are hot. And then I see other people who have extra layers of clothes. And
Yes.
some of my staff are hot, some of my staff are cold, some of the attorneys are hot, some of the attorneys are cold. I bet you some of the people in the gallery are hot and some of them are cold. And
Yeah.
I can't make everybody happy, unfortunately, so.
No, I'll try to, but the wind blows in my eyes and it dries them out, and so, I've been looking down to try to get away from the wind.
Okay, do you want us to try a different seat? Would that help if we put you in a different seat? Do you want to try that, or are you okay staying in the same seat and just continuing to deal with it?
Today is the first day that the wind has been in my eyes.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know what happened today, whether it's turned up higher.
That might be.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It could be because it's hotter outside.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the air is blowing harder inside. Would you like to try a different seat, or do you want to continue to be in that seat and see if you can handle it okay?
How about I finish out today in this seat, and if it happens next week, I'll try to move.
Okay, just
But-
let my staff know, and then we'll
Yeah.
find you another seat
Okay.
if that's something you're interested in. Okay.
Okay.
But just so that the record is clear and complete, you're telling me that you have not been falling asleep, and you have not fallen asleep at all, even once throughout the trial. Is that
No.
correct?
No, I've just been trying to get the wind out of my eyes.
Okay, so let me ask the question again, because the transcript is not going to be clear based on the way I asked the question and the answer you gave me. I think I said, "Is that correct?" and then you said no. So
I'm
I'll
sorry.
repeat it again. Just so that the record is clear, you're telling me that you have not been falling asleep, and you have not fallen asleep even once throughout this trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else that you want to chat with us about?
No.
If at any point you feel tired or anything like that, then raise your hand and let us know that you need a break, okay?
I actually am taking Vibrant, so
Okay.
that's what I'm doing to, make sure I don't.
Okay. And so far that's working.
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Let me have you step out for just a moment, please. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, the record should reflect that juror number 118 has now exited the courtroom. Is there any other record that the people are asking me to make?
No, Your Honor.
Any other questions that you want me to ask of her, Mr. Brockler? And you're not making any requests of the court at this time? All right, Mr. King, same questions for you. Is there any other record you want me to make? Are there any other questions that you would like me to ask her? And is there any request that you want to make of the court?
No, sir, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's bring the jury in, please. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. This morning I spoke to you about the possibility of not taking Friday, July 17 off. There is at least one of you who has some appointments on that day, and I know there's a second of you who may have some medical appointments on that day. So given that, we're gonna go ahead and stick with the plan. And so the schedule is that we are going to take Friday, July 17 off, okay? All right, thank you. At the end of the morning session, Dr. Woodcock was on the witness stand. And so, Doctor, I remind you that you're still under oath. You may resume the witness stand. Mr. King was finishing up his redirect examination. And Mr. King, you may resume your redirect examination. And members of the jury, I remind you that Dr. Woodcock's testimony has been admitted by the court only for a limited purpose. You may consider this testimony only as to the issues raised by the defendant's plea of not guilty by reason of insanity. You shall not consider this evidence for any other purpose. Mr. King, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Doctor, you were asked some questions about your interaction with Dr. Mosier. Is that correct?
Yes,
And Dr. Mosier is a psychiatrist.
yes.
And let me ask you this. Did you at any point tell Dr. Mosier or anyone else, including Mr. Holmes, that you were a treating physician who was going to treat Dr. Holmes, Mr. Holmes?
No, I did not.
Were you ever instructed that that would be your role, or was it ever your understanding that that was your role, or did you ever want that to be your role?
No, I was very explicit in my questioning of you that in that regard, I had no expectation that I would. I didn't have any desire to do that. That was not my role.
Is it your understanding that Dr. Mosier's role was that he was the psychiatrist at the jail?
Yes,
And presumably, he would therefore be responsible for the care of the inmates in the jail, their psychiatric care, correct?
I quite frankly did not make any presumptions about that. I didn't know what his responsibilities would be to Mr. Holmes. In the discussion that I did have with Dr. Moser, it was clear that he intended to make decisions about treatment, so I assumed he was in that relationship. But beyond that, I didn't make any presumptions. I didn't know how the jail medical system worked.
Given that, is there any reason, medically, ethically, diagnostically, that Dr. Mosier would need to get permission from you to write a prescription for Mr. Holmes?
Not that I know of.
And since you're not in a treating physician's role, would it have been appropriate for you to write a prescription for him and treat him?
No, it wouldn't have been.
Now, you were asked some questions, sir, relating to a chapter out of a book. Do you still have that chapter up there?
Yes,
Is this the book?
yes,
Textbook of Forensic Psychiatry, edited by Robert I. Simon and Lisa H. Gold.
yes.
Mr. Brockler asked you some questions about, well, first he asked you about, there were 3 areas listed under the Sanity opinion in this chapter on the insanity defense. Is that right?
Yes,
And he noted that you cited to the first 2 of those in your report, correct?
yes,
And those first 2 of the important areas to review are, first, the evaluator must establish if the individual had a mental disease or defect at the time of the crime, correct?
yes,
Now, did you do that?
yes,
It's second, the evaluator must have determined the relationship, if any, between the mental disease or defect and the alleged crime. understanding the motivation behind the person's actions is a critical component of the insanity evaluation. It is important that the evaluator consider all rational rather than psychotic motives for the criminal offense. Did you consider that in your evaluation, sir?
Yes, I certainly did.
Was there any rational reason for this shooting that you could come up with?
I saw no rational reason for this shooting.
Did Mr. Holmes ever provide you or any of the other evaluators with any rational reason why this took place?
No, he did not.
The third thing, which is at the page of 364, is that the examiner must apply the relevant insanity test, correct?
Yes.
And did you, in your report, in the very next section, is the very next section entitled Colorado Law? And did you go through the relevant Colorado statutes for determining sanity?
Yes.
So did you follow all three steps?
Yes.
Now, counsel read to you from a table, table 13.8 on page 363. Do you recall that about some questions?
Yes.
Now, is the title of table 13.8 sample questions to help evaluate mental state at the time of offense?
Yes.
When you go through these, were many of these questions already answered numerous times in other evaluations that had been done?
They were, and many of them were answered by the facts of the case that had been presented also.
One of them that Mr. Brockler asked you about is, would you have done this if a police officer was near or at the scene? Do you recall that question?
Yes.
Do you recall that Dr. Gurr asked that exact question and reported it in her report, and Mr. Holmes indicated that he would have gone through with it, even if there was an armed police officer there?
Yes.
Now, in terms of these other questions, is it beneficial to you to go back and re-ask questions of Mr. Holmes 3 or years later when the evidence is abundantly clear of what actually took place?
If I feel that that particular category is addressed by the facts of the case or numerous references to the answer, then I probably won't re-ask it again.
You were asked a lot of questions about things that were not listed in your report. Do you list every single thing you consider in your report?
No, I have not.
What's the purpose of the report?
The purpose of the report is to provide the information upon which I base my opinion and the relationship between that information and my conclusions, and to state my conclusions. And I've tried to do that so that someone could follow all of that information. In terms of listing all the sources, I think the people who are going to consider that information my presumption is, have access to all that information, principally the jury. So my reference to that information will not be novel to them.
So is it fair to say, or not, that if you didn't list a specific piece of evidence in your report, that that's something that you didn't consider at all, or is it a possibility that it was something that you considered but didn't think was important or relevant enough to put in the report?
Well, it may be either one.
Can we necessarily know by what's written in your report?
No, I've listed two exceptions that I should have listed as the basis for my opinions, including the electronic communications and the law enforcement reports. And that was an oversight. That information is available to the jury, and I've tried to make it clear that that was part of the data that I considered. Beyond that, I think the report draws the connections between the underlying data and the my reasoning in reaching my conclusions.
Now let's talk a little bit about how this developed. That you were asked a lot of questions about how it came to be that you wrote your report on March 26th of 2015, and how I contacted you. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes?
And I think you testified that I contacted you sometime in the early summer of 2014. Is that right?
I recall that in terms of being asked to review information at that time.
Do you recall or not whether or not you and I had some considerable difficulty actually talking to one another because of the difficulties of your schedule?
Yes?
And did that continue throughout 2014?
Yes?
And do you recall whether or not the materials that you needed to review were actually not all available until November or December of 2014?
Some of them were, that's correct.
So do you remember that I actually provided you with the bulk of the materials in October, November, December of 2014 when they became available?
Yes, many of them were.
And did you review those materials as best you could with the time that you had, considering you have a full-time job and many other responsibilities?
Yes?
Now, was it your understanding that you were being ordered somehow to form opinions about sanity?
No. I wasn't ordered to do anything.
Was it your understanding that what you were asked to do was look at the materials that you'd been given, review them, consider them, and give your impressions of what was in the materials, and then indicate whether you felt comfortable rendering any new opinions or not?
Sustained.
Tell us what your understanding of what you were tasked to do, or what we were asking you to do in late 2014, early 2015.
When I was given the materials in 2014, and I was asked to review those, I was asked, first of all, can I review those? And I said yes, I spent quite a bit of time doing that. And the reason for that was for me to see if what impression I received from those in terms of these issues of mental illness, diagnosis, and principally, Mr. King and I also discussed the possibility that I might be able to present an opinion regarding sanity, but that was not the principal first reason, and we didn't reach any conclusion about that until after I had reviewed those materials, and I believe that we had a discussion about that then earlier this year.
Was it apparent to you or clear to you that you were not required to form any opinions unless and until you had reviewed sufficient information and felt comfortable forming those opinions?
That's exactly right. That's first of all would be my understanding and expectation in any situation, nor would I accept any assignment at any level if I wasn't allowed to exercise that kind of judgment. And so that the decision on Mr. King's part to ask me to prepare reports and to address the issue of sanity only came after I made it clear to him that I was comfortable doing that.
And so after you indicated to me that you were comfortable doing that, did I ask you to put it in a report that I could turn over to the court and the prosecution?
Yes.
Now, in the context of the sanity determination, counsel also read to you from another table from the same chapter in the same book on page 365. And maybe you can recall these are the things that involved wearing gloves was one of them, efforts to avoid detection was one of them, waiting until the cover of darkness was one of them. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes.
Is the title of that table evidence that may indicate a defendant's knowledge of legal wrongfulness?
Yes.
So these are all items that would bear on whether the person knew it was illegal or not?
Well, that's the title of the table, yes. I think that's its primary utility.
Okay, is the standard in Colorado whether the person is the person's capability to understand the distinction between right or wrong judged from a legal perspective, whether they think it's legal or not, or from a moral perspective?
From the moral perspective.
Is there any doubt in this case, in your mind, that Mr. Holmes had some awareness that shooting people in the theater was against the law?
Sustain us to the form of the question.
Do you have an opinion about whether Mr. Holmes understood it was legally wrong to shoot people?
Yes, he did understand it was legally wrong,
And is that an opinion shared by all of the other psychiatrists in this case?
as I understand it.
Now, the fact that Mr. Holmes knew that this was legally against the law and did things to perhaps conceal from law enforcement what was going on, does that mean that he wasn't delusional?
No, these things were occurring at the same time, his knowledge of the illegality and his delusional state.
You were asked some questions about, quote, setting himself up to escape, correct?
Yes,
And the phrase was pointed out to you that he told someone that he made an assessment based outside the theater of what, whether to give up or not. Fair enough?
yes.
Are you aware from the record whether or not Mr. Holmes also told numerous people that at the end of this he expected to be dead or in jail?
Yes.
So does that have any, you were asked the question, if he tried to escape, he's sane. If he didn't, he's insane. Is that a really superficial way to look at this?
Well, I think it's a false equation and a false choice. No, I don't look at it that way. I don't think it's that simple.
You were asked if he made a rational assessment to turn himself in. Do we know if it was rational, if he was thinking rationally at the time or not? Or
As I've stated, I believe that his behavior and his thinking was characterized principally by this delusional system, and I think that the way he behaved was consistent with his delusional thinking in terms of his behavior after this happened.
now you were asked about his concern or lack of concern about hurting people, and Mr. Brockler pointed out that Mr. Holmes told you from your notes of July 24th, 2012, that he wasn't concerned about that. He said that at some point. Is that right?
He said things that implied both concern and lack of concern during that interview.
During that same interview, he said both that it concerned him and it didn't concern him.
Yes.
Did that make any sense?
Well, it makes sense in the sense that he was ambivalent and that there was some aspect of him that had awareness, and there was this delusional system that wasn't at all concerned about whether people were harmed.
And is it clear to you that there was some kind of internal struggle going on in the early months of 2012, as he described it, between the mission and the urge to get help?
I think there's much evidence that there had been a struggle right up until the time that this happened.
And do you recall Mr. Holmes telling numerous examiners that the mission overcame the other concerns?
Yes, he had the sense that it began, the floodgates opened, and he wasn't acting volitionally after that. He was going with the flow.
And by going with the flow, does that mean that it's your opinion that he was not necessarily in control of his thoughts or actions?
I think he was not in control of his thoughts or actions. I think his delusional state was.
You were asked about his statement that he wanted to help people by shooting them, and how that was contradicted by him planning to keep people in the theater and buying tear gas and putting on armor and various other activities to accomplish the mission. What do we make of that psychiatrically? Does that mean he's not mentally ill?
No, it meant that he was organized in the pursuit of this delusional goal, this mission. I think that's been stated in many ways, that he was able to organize his behavior. Unfortunately, the direction, the goal of the behavior was really determined by his delusional state.
Do you we seem to come back to that over and over and over again. The fact that there's planning. And the implication seems to be that because there's planning, that this can't be the result of a mental illness or a psychosis. Is that a false premise? Or why is that such a concern that we seem to have?
That is a false premise, and it's probably the largest misunderstanding about mental illness that's relevant to this case. And it's very important to understand that not all delusional people, and certainly I think in this case Mr. Holmes, at the time this crime was occurring, was incapable of organized activity. He clearly was capable of organized activity. That is consistent with what we understand about mental illness and about severe delusional state. Now, I think the common view of what this kind of psychotic behavior must be like would be more reflected in what we know happened at a different phase of the illness several months later when he was admitted to Denver General. Then he was very clearly incoherent. His behavior was terribly disorganized. His emotional expression was all over the place, and that phase of his illness fit our expectations about what someone is like when they're this sick. But the fact is, during the phase of the illness when he committed this horrible crime, he was in a state of psychosis and multiple intersecting delusions, which were unfortunately goal-directed in killing people. But the origin of that was not rational. It was a psychotic process, even though he was organized at that phase of his illness.
So would it be erroneous to look at the planning activities and the fact that he could go to the gym and ride his bicycle and draw some conclusion from that about whether he was mentally ill or not, or whether he was sane or not? Or is that a false premise that should not be engaged in?
I think there's no question, but from a psychiatric perspective, it's a false premise. It simply does not tell us whether or not he had this underlying delusional disorder and what the nature of those delusions were and how they drove his behavior.
Counsel asked you if you reviewed the report of a prosecution expert, a psychologist named Dr. Mohandi. Do you recall that Dr. Mohandi made that exact point in his report and his opinions, that the presence of planning doesn't obviate mental illness at all?
Yes.
You were asked about the fact that you used the phrase irresistible impulse in your report. Is that right?
Yes.
And you indicated that was not part of the assessment. I think that was not part of the sanity assessment per se, but was part of the clinical assessment. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, is the clinical assessment important in determining what the sanity assessment is?
Yes, it is. And I think that these other tests for the degree of mental illness and how it affects behavior, although not part of the Colorado statute, are important in understanding that relationship between his psychopathology and his behavior.
Let me ask you a question about that then. If he was subject to an irresistible impulse, if he was compelled and could not control or stop his behavior or his thoughts, might that bear on the issue of, might it affect his ability to distinguish between right and wrong from a societal moral perspective?
It may, depending on the context. I think here, from, again, the perspective of his psychopathology, this is reflected in his sense of being compelled by these delusions, what I've called command delusions. This sense that once, and this delusion that he had, that once he expressed these, that he had to carry them out. This is all this sense of being compelled, this pathological impulse. When there's a capacity to resist that and to direct one's behavior, then you get this ambivalence. But when the illness becomes so severe that the delusion, the command delusion, gets carried out, then there isn't that capacity.
Would that be an example of the delusion overcoming the other interest?
Yes.
Is it possible that if someone is compelled and cannot control their thoughts or actions, that might affect their ability to deliberate, to exercise judgment and reason and form intentions as is contemplated by the statute here in Colorado?
I think that that's exactly what it means in terms of the language and the specific deficits that are required under the Colorado statute. If the delusional system is so strong that the person can't willfully do anything to alter it and to willfully control their behavior, then I believe they're not capable of deliberating. They're not capable of reflecting. They're not capable of exercising judgment. And as a result, they first of all meet the criteria, but also they're basically at the whims of that pathological state.
You were asked a few questions about regret, and I think it was about killing a child. Does the fact that Mr. Holmes may have expressed regret since July 20th, 2012, in a medicated state, mean that he was sane on the 20th of July?
No, it does not.
Is there really any relevance to that then?
I don't think there's any relevance to understanding it. It tells us something about how he's responded to treatment and to time and to awareness of what he did, but it doesn't tell us whether or not he was sane at the time.
Now, of all the things that Mr. Brockler has brought up today for many hours and gone through with you, and yesterday as well, of all those things that were raised, does anything he said change your opinion that Mr. Holmes suffers from a very serious psychotic chronic illness called schizoaffective disorder?
No.
You were criticized some, it appeared, about the techniques that you used in order to reach your conclusions. That seems to be the point of Mr. Brockler's examination. Did you reach the same diagnostic conclusion and opinions as Dr. Metzner?
Yes.
Did you reach an almost identical diagnostic configuration and conclusions about psychosis as Dr. Gurr?
Yes.
And Dr. Reed?
Yes.
So the fact that it took you less time to do it may be significant, but the result is the same. Is that right?
I believe that the result is the same.
Does anything that Mr. Brockler has brought up today about the planning or the bicycle riding or the working out at the gymnasium or the regrets after the crime, does anything he's brought up over the past 2 days affect your conclusions at all as to whether Mr. Holmes met the legal criteria for insanity on July 20th, 2012?
No, it doesn't, and I don't believe that he brought up anything that I wasn't already aware of and hadn't already considered.
Is there any doubt in your mind that but for this very serious mental illness, this crime would never have taken place?
Objection, Your Honor.
The form of the question.
Do you have an opinion about whether absent this very serious mental illness, we would even be here today or not?
Overruled?
No, I don't. This would not have occurred but for the mental illness.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right, recross.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hey, Doctor, you were asked some questions about whether or not you're in agreement with, in essence, much of the opinions of Doctors Reed and Metzner. You recall that?
Yes.
First, let's talk about how they got to their opinions. You have reviewed their reports, fair?
Yes.
Now, for Dr. Metzner, do you remember how many pages were in his report discussing not only everything that he reviewed, but all of the things he considered, all the people he talked to, et cetera, et cetera? Do you remember that?
I remember his report. I can't tell you how many pages it was.
You wouldn't disagree with me that it was in excess of 120 pages.
No.
And Dr. Reed's report, you also reviewed that one, correct?
Yes.
And in addition to the 22 hours of videotape statements, the 650 pages of transcribed statements, and again, just to be clear, you watched 30 minutes of it and reviewed maybe 100 pages, fair?
Yes.
But in addition to that, he also generated a report, correct?
Yes.
And that report detailed not only everything he considered, not just the things he thought relevant, but all the people he spoke to, all the treaters he contacted and witnesses he spoke with, yes?
Yes.
You remember how long that report was?
No.
Would you disagree with me if I told you it was somewhere between 55 and 60 pages?
No.
Now, let's talk about your report. How long was it?
My March 26th report was 13 pages. My April 1st report was 8 pages.
Just the report where you opined on the defendant's sanity. 13 pages?
Yes.
And in that, what you've told us is you neglected to include many things you now remember that you reviewed. Fair?
2 categories, yes.
Yes. The other thing is you never spoke to any other treater about the defendant or their perceptions of him. Fair?
That's correct.
And you didn't reach out to his parents to speak with them like Doctors Reed and Dr. Messner had, right?
That's correct.
And in fact, while you may dance around some of the same diagnoses, the clear, unequivocal opinions of Dr. Metzner and Dr. Reed were that that guy was sane under Colorado's law on July 20th, 2012, right?
Yes, that's our area of disagreement.
And based on your expertise, your background, and your thorough review of these materials, you disagree?
Yes.
A couple other things. And these are just things that came up in this redirect here. Again, you went into this irresistible impulse thing with Mr. King. I just want to make sure that we all understand irresistible impulse is not only not a part of Colorado law, it was stripped out of Colorado law back in 1983. Were you aware of that?
Objection, Judge. Lack of foundation. There's no way this witness is going to know that.
He included it in his report. The question is appropriate. If he doesn't know, then he can say he doesn't know. Overruled.
Were you aware of that, Doctor?
Not as we sit here. I may have reviewed it in my preparation.
That was all the way back in Reagan's first term, wasn't it?
I realize that there has been a revision of these criteria.
Over 30 years ago, right?
Yes.
And yet you still include it in your report.
I didn't include it in my sanity evaluation.
And I want to make sure I understand that. You said, I didn't include it in my insanity evaluation, but I included it in my clinical evaluation, which impacts my sanity evaluation. Fair?
Yes, it informs it, but it's not the criteria of the sanity evaluation.
Even though Colorado's rejected that, correct?
That's
Sustained.
Also, you talked about the defendant going with the flow. He was capable of making the choice to go with the flow or resist going with the flow?
No.
He just had to go with the flow.
Yes.
The planning is irrelevant, right?
Yes.
All that stuff, all that, it doesn't mean anything.
It's part of the whole picture, but it does not take away the reality of his delusional state.
So really, all we needed to look at was what the defendant wanted to present to us. What he told Dr. Fenton, what he put in the notebook, and what he told people after he was arrested for murdering 12 people. Is that what you're saying?
Objection to what the defendant wanted to present to us calls for speculation.
Sustain us to the form of the question. You can rephrase your question.
Doctor, it sounds like what you're saying is the only thing that we should really consider as relevant are the things that the defendant chose to share with us. Do you agree with that?
No.
Because there's no physical evidence that's relevant. Fair?
No.
You don't agree with that?
No, I don't agree with that.
So all the planning would be relevant.
All the information is relevant in our consideration. All of it has to be very carefully considered. Not all of it tells us whether or not he was delusional. Both Dr. Fenton, Dr. Feinstein, and I, when I saw him 4 days after, were clear that he was severely ill. He had not revealed any of his delusional ideation to them and very little of it to me. So yes, the delusional ideation is subjective. He has to reveal that if we're going to know about it. But it turns out that after this terrible thing happened, he did reveal that information. So it is very explanatory. The planning, as I've said repeatedly, does not make that psychotic state or the specifics of his delusional system go away.
That was the answer to my question about relevance, right?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, one of the things that it informs us on is how much that mental illness, whatever it is, impacted his function, correct?
It impacted what he did.
Yeah, okay. How about this? The fact that he knows that it's illegal, you would agree that that is a factor in someone knowing whether or not society would view it as wrong. You'd agree with that?
No, and that's why these categories are really parsed out in this evaluation. There's a difference between legal knowledge and knowledge of the societal norm. In all the literature, this is parsed out. There are different categories of clinical knowledge and clinical relevance.
Yeah, you'd agree that the societal standard of morality is not limited to, but includes consideration of illegality. You would agree with that?
Well, it certainly includes consideration, but from a clinical perspective, the knowledge of the legality and the knowledge that we're talking about under the Colorado statute are clinically different things. They manifest themselves differently in clinical presentation, and therefore they're assessed separately in the criteria.
Doctor, there is no clinical insanity, correct? There's only forensic insanity, right?
I don't know what you're...
You keep talking about the clinical application. There is no clinical application of law. There is a forensic application of the law to these facts and these psychiatric things. And you say there's some distinction that clinically we make left or... There is no clinical insanity in the state of Colorado. Would you agree with that?
Objection, compound question, argumentative.
Overruled.
You would agree with that, doctor? There is no clinical insanity in the state of Colorado?
Well, you can't assess...
Doctor, forgive me. Did you understand my question to
No,
ask for
I
a
don't.
narrative?
Judge, he has to ask a question and allow the witness to answer the question.
He asked the question. The witness is not answering the question. Doctor, I'm going to instruct you to answer the question. The question was a direct leading question. Answer the question.
Well, Judge, I'm going to object if we can approach.
Okay? Doctor, I'm gonna instruct you to answer the question that is asked. If you cannot answer the question that is asked, and you need to explain, then you need to say that. But otherwise, you have to answer the question that's asked. You understand?
May I explain why I don't understand the question?
No, it's not just related to the last question. I'm telling you from here on out, you have to answer the question that's asked. If you don't understand the question, or if you can't answer the question that is asked, for example, if it's a yes or no question, or it's do you agree or disagree question, as was the last question, or a true or false question, and you can't just answer it the way it was asked, then just indicate that you can't just answer it and you need to explain, all right?
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Dean, to the question repeated,
Yes, please.
you would agree with me that in Colorado there is no clinical insanity.
I can't answer that question because I've never heard the term clinical insanity before, and I don't know what it means.
Thank you. There's a couple other things that were touched upon by Mr. King, and one of them was the reference to philosophical ramblings in his writings. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, one of the things is, and you sort of gave it your own characterization and description, but I want to ask you, do you remember when we talked about that you thought that he'd taken chemistry in college and that should have given him the information to make bombs? Do you remember that?
I think I said that plus the internet
Yep.
might have.
So my question is this. You obviously reviewed his transcript from undergrad, fair?
Yes.
And one of the things that you noticed was that in his last or second to last semester, he took a class on philosophy, didn't he?
I don't remember the transcript. I know he mentioned philosophy in my history.
In fact, he took a class on philosophy that had something to do with philosophy of life or something like that in the title. Do you recall that?
Not specifically, no.
And because you don't recall it, that must mean you didn't also review in Discovery the syllabus of philosophical writings he was required to review to get through that class. Is that fair?
Judge, this is beyond the scope. I object.
Your Honor, he asked about these philosophical writings and where they came from and what they meant. He even asked if they were delusional.
Overruled.
Doctor, did you review that syllabus that was in Discovery?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if you reviewed it? Or no, I didn't review it?
I don't recall.
So if you don't recall if you reviewed it, my guess is you didn't look to see if those writings matched up with what he put in his notebook.
I didn't because the writings didn't make any sense to me. They were ramblings. So that was my point in characterizing them that way.
Did you understand my question?
Yes.
My question was, so you did not review the philosophical writings from the syllabus to see if they matched the notebook. Is that true?
I believe I answered that. That's correct. I did not, and I explained why.
I didn't ask you why. Did I?
Judge, objection, argumentative.
Overruled.
No, you didn't. I was explaining my answer.
Thank you. One of the things you were asked about, by the way, again, with those philosophical ramblings and what you've just thrown in there, you never talked to the defendant about any of those, did you?
What he had written in the notebook that I characterized as philosophical ramblings?
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
You didn't seek to get clarification on those from him, did you?
No.
In fact, more than that, in that first meeting on July 24th, when Mr. King asked you, when he says, I hate everybody, that didn't make sense to you. Do you recall that exchange you had?
Yes.
You didn't ask him to clarify what he meant by that, did you?
In the July 24th interview?
Yes, sir. You only had two.
Let's see how I followed that up.
Go ahead.
Do you know where that was in my report?
I don't. It didn't seem to be an issue when Mr. King asked you about it. I thought you remembered it. Seem to recall it being in the middle of a page. stood out as "I hate everybody"?
I don't see how I followed that up.
Because you didn't follow it up, correct?
I guess I'll look again. Well, I followed it up by asking what he had done with the responses of the people that he was sharing that with. That was within the context of his reaching out to other people to see if they would participate with him, and that's where that went, where what we talked about, the fact that they responded that he was just depressed, and he talked about his inward suffering.
Dr. Woodcock, in response to him telling you that his philosophy was, "I hate everybody," and you not understanding what that meant, as you said to Mr. King, you did not ask him to clarify that statement to you. True or false?
I didn't ask him that specifically because he related it to his depression and his suffering. That's the connection that he made.
The answer to my question is you did not follow it up. Yes.
I did follow it up in that way, not by asking him specifically.
Obliquely. You asked him obliquely.
Yes, he related that to his emotional state, to his depression, and to his sense of suffering. That's what his philosophy was about. And that is reiterated in some of the other reports where he talks about nihilism. So the connection there with the philosophy, if there is a connection, had to do with his depression, his sense of meaninglessness and nihilism. But here, the connection in this interview had to do with depression. I think that's quite relevant.
There was something else you and Mr. King discussed about catatonia and how he used that term, but you knew that he didn't mean that to be a psychiatric diagnosis. Do you recall that?
That's not exactly what was said, but I do recall that
Do you
discussion.
recall the discussion of catatonia?
Well, what I said was
Do you
that,
recall the discussion about catatonia?
yes.
All right. What we know from that is this, that before he began talking with you, Dr. Gurr, Dr. Metzner, Dr. Reed, Dr. Hanlon, all those doctors, he went online and he researched symptoms of mental illness. True or false?
True.
One of the things you were asked about was, did it make any sense to you why he would go into the theater and kill these people, try to kill the whole theater full? You remember that?
Yes.
And you said, I couldn't think of a rational reason for it, correct?
Yes.
You'd agree with me. It would be hard to come up with a rational reason to kill 12 people in a theater in a community like Aurora, period, right?
Well, I think following the news in our world, unfortunately, people come up with reasons.
Yeah, I know. Rational reasons, Doctor. You'd agree.
Well, terrorism.
Okay. I've got one for you. How about the idea that he hated everybody? Then killing 12 people would be a rational follow-on to hating everybody. You'd agree with that?
I think that is both inaccurate and oversimplifies the nature of his psychopathology.
So you disagree that killing people after you stated you hated everybody would be rational? You disagree?
I think that even that's a stretch. A lot of people hate people and they don't kill them.
I understand. Do you disagree that that is not a rational follow-on from I hate everybody? Are you saying I disagree with you?
Yes, given the
Okay,
lack of
thank you.
association.
Now, one of the other things that someone might do is they might want to do something to be remembered. You agree with that?
Yes,
And in this case, there's evidence that the defendant wanted to be remembered. You'd agree with that? Do you agree with that, doctor?
That was stated
Doctor, I'm instructing you again, answer the question. It's a yes or no question. If you cannot answer the question without providing an explanation, then indicate so. The question is, do you agree with that, doctor? Can you answer the question?
Yes,
Is that the answer to the question?
yes.
All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. And part of the evidence of him wanting to be remembered were all of the selfies that he took. You recall that?
Yes,
You asked him about none of those selfies, correct?
correct.
And not only you, but Dr. Gurr didn't ask him about any of those selfies, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Correct?
I don't recall that in her report.
You just recall the question about he would still do it if a policeman had been at his elbow. You recall that one?
Yes,
And you recall that coming not in her June 2013 report where she, like you, declared the defendant insane, but in a report she generated 18 months later. Correct?
yes,
So she did not ask that question prior to declaring the defendant insane. That's your understanding, correct?
Objection, lack of foundation calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Go ahead, doctor.
I don't recall that in her report or it not being in her report.
You don't know when she may have asked that question?
I thought you were asking me if it was in her report. I just don't remember that.
Well, if it wasn't in a report, where would you have gotten it?
I don't remember if it was in her report.
Okay. You had some questions. I just want to make this clear. You got some questions from Mr. King about your role as regards Dr. Mosier, and you're not the treater. Do you recall all that stuff?
Yes,
I want to make clear there were no ethical or professional limitations on you returning Dr. Mosier's call to clear up any misunderstanding he may have entertained about your role in this case. Is that fair?
yes,
And there being none of those limitations, the only limitation was the one where Mr. King told you not to call him back. Is that correct? Or did you decide that on your own?
that's essentially what happened.
Which?
I had communicated this to Mr. King. There were several, and I was basically, I think his response was, we're in a meeting about this now. You don't need to do anything now. I understood that he understood my request and that would be communicated in the appropriate channels. There was no reason why I couldn't have independently called back Dr. Moser, but I didn't do that.
One other thing, final thing, and it keeps coming up, is this issue of shadows. Do you recall those questions in redirect?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this. On July 24th, 2012, the defendant never uttered the word shadow.
no, that was in the subsequent interview.
Never uttered a word that rhymed with shadow. Right?
Not that I know of.
In fact, the only thing he tells you is that he saw a flash, correct? A flash?
He
Yes?
referred to that, yes,
And he referred to it occurring in undergrad, correct?
yes,
One thing he never told you on July 24th was that he saw a flickering in his third rotation of grad school, correct?
that's correct.
And when you ultimately talk to him many months later, on April 1st, 2015, you do have a conversation about shadows, correct?
Yes,
And he never tells you that he saw shadows in his third rotation at grad school, correct?
no, he did not.
He doesn't tell you that he saw shadows that were dancing, correct?
Correct,
Or that they were juggling shadow axes or swords or guns, correct?
correct,
Or that they were juggling shadow heads, correct?
correct.
In fact, the only reference he makes to shadows is he tells you 1 year earlier, which I presume is April-ish of 2014, that he maybe saw a shadow on the wall or on the ceiling, correct?
Yes.
And that he could not do anything about them, correct?
I don't recall that.
Take a look at your report, and I believe it is your interview now on page 2 at the bottom, that whole last paragraph. Actually, the paragraph above that. Sorry.
Yes.
And that was it, right? He didn't tell you he could control the shadows or summon them, never told you that, right?
Correct.
And he certainly never told you about interacting with the shadows, correct?
Correct.
Never mentioned to you that he thought the shadows might catch him if he fell off his bed, nothing like that.
That's correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Further, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Members of the jury, it's almost 3:15, so why don't we go ahead and take your afternoon break so that we can go through the questions. It looks like you have a book of questions there, and so it's going to take us a while to go through them. So what I'm thinking is giving you something in the order of 30 to maybe 35 minutes for a break, and then that will allow the attorneys and my staff to get a break, and in addition, it will allow us to go through the questions. So please keep in mind all my admonishments during the break, okay? All right, have a good break. Ms. Gerlings, could you give me the questions, please, so I can start? And Dr. Woodcup, we'll ask you to step out, please. Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has exited the courtroom. There are a lot of questions here, so let's take our break first. I'll go through them, number them, put my name on them and the date on them, and then we can chat about them after the break. The court will be in recess. Thank you.